Hello，各位觀眾大家好，歡迎光臨入我嘅 stream。你哋好唔好啊？Trumpet 唔該晒你，俾個 membership。Random dude on the internet，記得講唔該晒，同 Trumpet 講唔該。知道冇？人哋俾你一個禮物，你一定愛講唔該晒。好笑咩？你諗住 Ash， 你會諗住好笑為咁？我咁樣講下啲嘢就話好笑，有冇搞錯啊你？Fine. Good evening, lurkers. I hope you're having a good evening. Just so you know, Rena, I know you're here. Rena, I just want to tell you how disappointed I am with you again. You were the first one to leave a comment at the very top of the chat, and I just want you to know I am very disappointed in you. But I suppose you already know that. Darkstraw, good afternoon to you. Is afternoon there good? Controller, good evening. Ni hao ah, Trumpet.記得唞，記得同我講下啲話。relax 下少少。Well, relax as much as you can. I've got some things I want to talk about today, and I hope I don't get too exhausted by the end of the stream. It is the pre-stream right now, so as with all pre-stream goals, I will just spend about 10 minutes hanging out with the lurkers. So 你哋好冇？有冇記得食嘢？有冇記得飲水？記得冇同人打交？記得乖。I sound exhausted already. I think I need to get some more sleep. I think I will need probably a few good days worth of proper sleep, and I probably will be a lot better in the next stream, which will be Wednesday. I sound like a robot. Nah, don't be so... yeah, don't exaggerate, please. Do not exaggerate. I do sound like a robot, huh? A bit. Just now I sounded a bit. I went to sleep after the previous stream and woke up barely in time for the current one. Non-stop badmin action, failing at commenting. Yes, you were there for the horse racing yesterday. I guess Rena got a miss out on the clapping. Look at the top of the chat, Ambro. Go look at the top of the chat, Ambro. Almost dream about Bakushin. I hope everyone has some good brain rot. 16th July stream for the gacha luck. Well, it is on Twitch. Yeah, it's on Twitch. Yeah, Twitch. Twitch, anything goes. A bit more flexible on Twitch. Is Bakushin copyright protected, I wonder? Or can you play the music? Well, I will leave that for Twitch. I will leave that for Twitch, so it'll be on Wednesday. Anyway, what did you all have for dinner or breakfast or lunch? The good thing about today is that I have eaten enough. I am not hungry for a change. But you know what is the problem? The problem with being full is that you get sleepy. That's the downsides of being full. So either you stay wide awake but you're starving, or you are full and satisfied but you just feel like sleeping all the time. No, very normal. Darkness, it is very normal. Sometimes I have no idea what I want to eat, I just get a cereal drink. Very relatable. Eating is optional. No, it is not. You don't understand it right now. I know. Who am I to give this stupid... Who am I to give this advice? Because sometimes I skip on food, but still... I lost my train of thought. Gastric. Yeah. If you do not eat frequently, you will eventually experience a problem where basically your stomach eats itself apart. Who say Zero, was I late? No, you're not late. The pre-stream, just a pre-stream handing out, waiting for some lurkers to just file in. You know, like a university lecture where some of the students, they just turn up like half an hour early just because they could. Undergraduate days. I love the undergraduate days. Do any of you miss like university undergraduate days? I love those days. I love them. I love them so much. Oh, to walk around university, sit in on the lectures. All you have to worry about is attending your lectures, attending your little sessions, and the rest of the days of the week, you focus on how you want to occupy the days. Those were nice. Hope I don't fall asleep this stream. Don't need another day of brain rot. Wouldn't brain rot keep you awake, Embro? Wouldn't brain rot keep you awake? You do not miss university. Oh, that's a shame. Embro. Brain rot music normally keeps you alive. I mean, keeps you awake. Sorry, I said alive. What I meant to say is awake. No more Bakushin. Bakushin yesterday's stream fell asleep during the horse game. Wow, Bakushin is actually a lullaby for someone. I am surprised. Oh, Bermin, please do media literacy stream about free when I can't stop blazing it. Good suggestion. One day, maybe. Trumpet, thank you for the 5. I have nightmares years later about having exams for subjects that I didn't... Oh my god, why do you give me such a familiar, very relatable nightmare? Lucas, I have the same nightmare as Trumpet. I have exactly the same nightmare as Trumpet. One thing that I never did like about universities were the exams. Holy crap. They were, my God. Oh my God. They were traumatic. Absolutely traumatic. The exams. Oh my God. A short exam is 2 hours, and a long exam can go upwards of 3 hours. Oh my goodness, I feel like my soul draining out of me every exam. And I do have this recurring nightmare. Trumpet, you are correct. It is not exclusive to you. It is not exclusive to you. I have this recurring nightmare as well, where I... It's a bit worse than yours. I always dreamt that... I don't know why I dreamed this, but I always dreamed that I have enrolled myself into a subject in university, a bunch of subjects in university, and there was one problem that I always had. And you know what the problem is? I enrolled into these university subjects. They were pretty important subjects, but for some reason, I always oversleep. And I have not attended. I have attended one. I've only attended one lecture at the start of the semester. Only one lecture, and I overslept in every single lecture afterwards, which meant that I practically knew nothing before the exam starts. Oh my God, that was a nightmare. That was a terrible nightmare. And of course, I also have a terrible nightmare where I did an exam that I didn't study, and for some reason, I forgot to check the results. And holy crap, I was so afraid. And every time I wake up in the middle of the night, it's like, holy shit, oh no, my exam results, oh my God, my exam results, I have to check it right now. And I realize, oh hey, I'm not enrolled in university anymore. My goodness, those were some dreams, those were nightmares. You talk about all those like liminal spaces nightmares, you talk about all those, you see ghosts and demons nightmares. No, that's not scary. That is not scary at all, because I'm telling you right now, those are not nightmares. Those are not scary nightmares. The real nightmares are the ones where you realize you did not study for your exam. It's not that you don't even. It's even worse than that. It's not even that you didn't study for your exam. It's that you don't even know what the lecturer taught before the exam, because you overslept and you slept through every single lecture and every single class. At the end of the day, holy crap. To be fair, I don't know who the lecturer was, but that was about it, because I only did the first class. I did the first class and that was the end. For some reason, I don't know why I chose, or whether it felt like I deliberately missed those classes. I don't know why. I would never do that. I would be so afraid to do that. Yeah. I don't like when a dream job of mine would honestly have been a university lecturer would have been a really nice job. Nice cushy job. You just have to worry about yapping in front of the class for like a couple of hours. In a couple of days in the week. And then at the end of the day, all you have to do is to worry about marking exam papers. That is living the life. Living the life. And maybe if you're lucky, you get to set the exam papers. That will be so awesome. That is so awesome. Wouldn't that be something awesome? You set the exam papers, and when your students have a low passing rate, they curse your name. Nah. I won't be that bad. I wouldn't be that bad. I wouldn't be that bad. Cone man. Really? 801. What, Bammy? What the hell? What happened? What happened? Bammy, what the hell? I don't know. What happened? Lag? What happened? What is happening? Don't just scare me like that, okay, Lucas? I'm always praying that a stream is completely scuff-free. There's no lag. There is no lag. Don't scare me like that. Okay. Time to get started. Okay. Oh. Let me drink some water first. You missed nothing, Lawwood. We're in the pre-stream right now. Okay. Let's get started. Đi đi lắm nhất lắm à? Okay, Lucas, lắm nhất lắm. Đi做生意。你而家諗下，你做生意，你有好多客，你係揾錢，你係揾食。Let's say you are running a business, or you are working for a business that serves customers. You are a manager, you manage some employees, and you have been delegated the task of well, making sure customers are happy and you manage your staff members properly. So, one fine day, someone under your basically supervision, a subordinate, they offended a customer. So a customer basically was a product that was released or something like that. A product that was released or a food that they serve was not up to par. Okay? Was not up to par. And they complained. These customers, remember, they pay money for your food. Or let's for instance say a bowl of noodles, okay? A bowl of noodles. 兰州面 for simplicity's sake. Really delicious 兰州面. It's not a never satisfied customer, Mo-chan. Imagine for instance, it's supposed to be very upscale 兰州面 noodles. A very upscale noodle shop you run for a very big company, a very big business. One of the staff, the person doing basically customer service of sorts, because it's a very high grade restaurant, so there was proper payment for wait staff and all that jazz, okay? Let's say for argument's sake. customer complains that the food is not up to scratch. And if you saw the noodles that was being served to your customer, you would know exactly it was not up to scratch. Noodles were soft, very soft. The soup was cold. There was no meat in it. It was tasteless and was not up to scratch. The customer had every right to be unhappy. Had every right to be unhappy. So, of course, any customer, you paid money, you're going to complain, right? Go to one of the wait staff. Go to one of the wait staff and you say, and they say, this noodles is not up to scratch. The noodles are soft. The broth is tasteless. It's cold. There's no meat. This is an embarrassment. And what does a member of the staff say when faced with this complaint? Imagine. If you don't like it, don't eat it and leave. We have many other customers. If you don't like it, you can leave. Can you imagine that? The kind of customer service where you complain to them legitimate complaints, the food is cold, the food is undercooked, or there's not enough food because of whatever reason, you are right to complain because it was very below par, and the wait staff or the customer service just push their hand towards you and tells you to shut up, be happy with your food, or F off. And you, as a manager, you witness this. You witness this. If I were a manager, or if you were a manager, it is this is a situation where, let's be fair, in an Asian country, I as the manager would go to that customer and I would bow my head down. I would say, 好對唔住，唔好意思，我呢個伙計唔識做人。Because it is their right as the customer who paid money for your food to get, at least, if it's not the perfect experience, a consistent experience. Every single customer should be entitled to the same experience. Unprofessional behavior. If we were in an Asian country, I would have fired this wait staff on the spot. If this were an Asian country, that wait staff would be fired on the spot. And not before there's a good talking to him or her. Proper scolding. 你有冇搞錯？嗰啲係客嚟嘅，佢哋係俾我哋錢。That customer is one of the reasons you had your job. One of the reasons you were paid. And this is what you do. That is what I would have done. But there is a problem. Why am I bringing up this interesting little example? Well, why do I bring up this interesting little example? It's quite simple. This is a common sense for most businesses. Practically every how should I say it? Survival-minded. Practically every business that values their own survival and their own success takes priority on the importance of making sure, within reason, customers are happy. Within reason, customers are happy. Yeah, if you have an unruly customer, fair enough. But when your customers are being reasonable, they pay you good money and they expect at least a service or product that is consistent across every single customer who paid for the exact same service or product. They are entitled to that. And if they legitimately complain, it is only proper for a business, a profit-minded, money-minded business, to be sincere in apologizing. So long as you are decent to your customers, on average, the customers will be decent to you back. They will pay you, and you will continue to be successful. You will make your money. You will make your profit. Two hands to clap. And again, why am I bringing this up? Well, for some reason, a lot of businesses, corporations, what have you, they are either ridiculously out of touch, or they have the comprehension and common sense of a really, really low standard. I'm going to tell you soon enough. This is the theme of today's lecture. Well, not lecture, sorry. Not lecture. What did I say lecture? What did I say lecture? This is the theme of today's stream. It is the theme of today's stream. What a lot of mostly Western outlets, mostly Western businesses, mostly Western corporations, they do not understand. They cannot. It is something that should never not be understood because it is so blatantly obvious, but for some reason they cannot comprehend it. Is that oh, thank you for the trumpet membership. It's something that they do not understand. That you're only half of the equation. To get success, you are only half of the equation. You produce a product, sure. You produce a service, of course. But the big question remains. Is there people willing to buy it? Is there people willing to invest in it? Do you even have customers? Yeah. At the end of the day, you are your own private company, for instance. You are your own business. You are the boss. You run everything. But at the end of the day, you cease to exist if you have no customers. You'll be groveling out on the ground, neck deep in debt, when you borrowed money to open your business because your ego was more important than getting customers. That is the theme for today's stream, an introduction. And from here on out, I'm going to provide to you all some examples. Some very interesting examples that I have noticed. In no specific order. But firstly, Let's start with a continuation of the previous stream that we had where we did some proper talking, which was last week. Stop killing games. We'll continue from that point. Big update. Big update. Let me move aside. Where is it? There we go. So a member of the EU Parliament has basically officially responded to the Stop Killing Games initiative. And would you suspect he was pretty supportive of Stop Killing Games? I would say very supportive. Put his full endorsement into it. Full endorsement. So the Vice President of the European Parliament has voiced his full support for SKG. He personally signed the petition as well. Now here it goes back to this main point. Okay? This is a problem with a lot of game developers nowadays. Not all of them, but a noticeable number of them. I will be a bit fair. Maybe it's not game developers most of the time, it's the publishers. Publishers, maybe. But there's a problem. The problem is that people like pirate software. People who run Ubisoft. People who run EA. And people who write crap like this, I'll show you. People who write crap like this. I don't know who this guy is, but he seems to be a very hardcore. This is a person that was cited by pirate software. Long story short, insults the gamers for even having that thought of stop killing games. Insulting the gamers. You can read this in your own time, but it is not a good read because it's vapid. It is vapid and it is silly. It is a silly read, but you can have a read if you actually want to. Long story short is basically saying how dare gamers say stop killing games. How dare they? How dare they say, I pay good money for a copy of a game. I would love to enjoy this copy of the game I bought for as long as I want to. Apparently that is a terrible thing to ask. Now Stop Killing Games just keeps going up and up and up. And you know what? Good. At least the European Union, for a change, is doing something productive. For a change. They're actually doing something that is valued by the everyday person. Yeah, broken clock is right twice a day. We can all have our opinions on the European Union, and a lot of people who are anti-stop killing games were like, oh, but it's the EU. It is the EU this, is the EU that. Yeah, we are aware. But yet young. You criticize people for doing bad things. You give them credit when they do something good. That is fair. But that is fair. So what we have right now is a conversation will start. We can have this conversation now. And to EU's credit, they are pretty solid so far about about consumer rights. You can question them about their Orwellian practices, but when it comes to consumer rights, they are quite solid. Comparable even to Australians. Because reminder, I think it was the Australians that basically made Steam refunds a thing. Without the Australian government, without the Australian authorities basically pressuring hard on this type of initiative, I don't think Steam would have had Steam refunds that we have right now. I think it was a good thing. But that's just basically a small update. And we can talk about Stop Killing Games in a bit more detail as we continue along the stream. If y'all have any questions, feel free to ask them. Now, next topic. And this one is a shocker to me. It's a shocker to me because considering how principled the individuals who made this game tried to portray themselves as, they kinda basically were caught with their pants down in a way. It is very, very disappointing behavior, and I'm quite shocked that they decided to do something so stupid. Something so ridiculously stupid. So what am I talking about? Have you heard of a game called Ready or Not? Many people call this game the spiritual successor of SWAT 4. This game, basically, their entire marketing, their entire pitch is an unflinching, realistic, uncompromising police simulator. SWAT simulator. Where you experience some of the darkest things, but very much realistic, very much accurate, one-to-one accurate at times, cases where police are faced with different types of criminals, and you can see how twisted and how dark some things can be while you go through the eyes of police officers. Uncompromising, so they say. So they say. Uncompromising, so they claim. Well, guess what? Let's just say the game is not in a very good spot right now. And what do I mean by that? Well, Ready or Not has decided to release their games on console. Okay? They have decided to release their games on console. And in their infinite wisdom, no, I'll slowly reach to the story. And I'll show you the article later. Apparently, for some reason, Void Interactive, the developers of Ready or Not, says that content has to be quote-unquote adjusted for the console release. So things such as gore have been toned down. The accuracy of some of the heinous things that can be done by criminals have been toned down, specifically with the appearance of trafficking victims, the appearance of police informants being tortured by gangsters, the portrayals of people who are in extreme narcotics-ridden environments. All of them toned down, cut off, covered, what have you, censored. Let's not beat around the bush, it has been censored. But that's not the problem. That is not the problem. If you were thinking, okay, Ready or Not is coming to console, is getting censored for the console release, so it only affects the console, right? There is no reason for it to affect the PC. The game's been out on PC for a very, very long time at this point, for a few years. For a few years already. The game has been out for a few years on PC. But for some reason, Void Interactive, the devs, thought that it was a good idea for every single censorship decisions to also affect the PC player base. That's where we get to this. In their wisdom, the censorships affect PC as well. And if you remember, Void Interactive Ready or Not's developers, their entire marketing and shtick and the pitch for the game is that it is an uncompromisingly dark police experience. They will not bow down to calls for censorship from outraged games journalists because they have a vision. They have a vision to be uncompromising in their portrayal of real tragic police jobs. That was their pitch, and that was why so many players bought the game on PC. That was why Ready or Not was so successful when it came out properly in early access. And now it is a big slap on the face of the PC players who chose to support them, because you know why. It is a punchline. It is a comedic punchline. The comedic punchline is, not only did they compromise their vision by self-censoring, not only that, they compromised their own principles and self-censoring to make extra money. All because they wanted to release their game on console and earn a bit more money. They censored their own game. That is the slap on the face. That is the slap on the face for PC players. It's one thing. It's one thing for the devs to cave to harassment. It's one thing for the devs to cave to pressures from games journalists or activist groups or any of that dogpiling and harassment of the devs. Okay, it's one thing for the... But it's another thing entirely when they chose to censor over money. They were not happy with the PC players buying their game. They needed the console money. At least you can understand money, but here's the thing. They were portraying themselves as principled, uncompromising. Regardless of what pressures you put on us, our game's original vision will never be altered. That was their pitch. That was what made players respect them and support them. And now it comes out. It comes out that money, of all things, money was the reason they chose to self-censor. It was not even because the government forced them to censor it. It's not even because a bunch of games journalists managed to set up a harassment campaign on the developers and they forced them to censor it out of fear of their personal safety. No, literally, they wanted to earn just a little extra money. And you know what? What is the punch? Okay. Suffice to say, players were not happy. And in this regard, I'm going to show you a bit of something. Let me see. Let me have a look. There were some people who were trying to defend such an action. Of course they did. Of course they did. Of course they would defend it. Of course. But do you think they actually have proper explanation? Do you think they gave a proper explanation of why? Do you think they even... Would you like to guess? What was their argument? Do you think the argument in support for all these censorship actions was that, oh, they didn't have a choice, oh, they had to do it, oh, and all this and all that? Would you like to guess what was their counter argument to the complaints? Would you like to guess? They aren't that honest. I'll show you if I'm good. I'm looking for it. My god, it's been a while since I actually saw. Darkstraw? Close. Close enough. But I want to see if I can find... Because I did make a post about it. I think I did make a post about it. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh my god, I made a lot of posts about stop killing games, but it's been a while since I actually talked about the radio knock incident. Oh yes, here we go. Here we go. So, before I show you this, I suppose all of you lurkers will probably already understand the core reason why this sounds upsetting, right? It's not about specifically what the content is being censored about. It's about the fact that there is censorship. Do you all lurkers follow me on that? It is not about what is censored, it's about the fact that censorship occurs. And it occurred for such a shallow reason as making extra money. So this was one of the defenses I saw, trying to defend the decision to censor the game. So this was the announcement about the limited console-related changes. They are doing a lot of hard work to word it as if, oh, it's just an innocent content edit. It's just some small changes in relation to console release. What they don't tell you is that it is censorship. They are editing out content because it is deemed too explicit or too problematic. And it affects not just the console, but it affects even the PC. So this was one of the replies. I'm actually happy that you guys are changing the game from your vision. Console players are offended very easily and need their parental guidance. And so this genius says something along the lines of, if anything is the PC people I've seen crying considering console hasn't had the game. I've seen multiple YouTube vids just in the last few hours of primarily PC players boo-hooing because they can't see digital. This is the argument. This is the game they are trying to play. This is the game they're trying to play. This is the game they're trying to play. Oh no, the only reason that you're so upset was because you can't see virtual private parts. Oh, the only reason you cannot see the content was because, oh, you just want to desecrate dead NPCs. Oh, the only reason is that you want to see a virtual depiction of a child doing this and doing that. Can you see the type of arguments they give? Can you see the type of arguments that they give? Some of them, like this individual here. They do not care about what we are actually saying. What any old fans, PC fans of radio or not are actually saying. They do not care. It's like the whole Assassin's Creed Shadows thing again. It's like the whole Assassin's Creed Shadows thing again. Oh, the reason you don't like Yasuke is because you are racist. Oh, the reason you don't like Assassin's Creed Shadow is because you are racist. They do not understand. They either deliberately or they really are lacking the ability to comprehend the point that's being made. The point that is being made is not about what is censored. The point about radio not censorship, players upset not because of what was being censored, is about the fact that it was censored. That's what upsets players. For argument's sake, let's say another game. For instance, again, I'll go back to a very good example, the Taiwanese game Devotion. Let's say, hypothetically speaking, that the final version of Devotion had that Easter egg of Winnie the Pooh, for instance. And because of some pressures from maybe games journalists or from mainland government or 50-cent people, what have you, the devs decided to censor the game. Or they were forced to censor the Winnie the Pooh Easter egg. Players will still be equally upset. Because that is censorship. It does not matter what was censored. That is not the point. The illustration is just that. It is an illustration. The point is that there is censorship, no matter how small, no matter how problematic, or no matter how much you like the censorship. The fact is that it happens. And the fact that it happens is the reason why people are upset. And this is the problem with a lot of them. They refuse to acknowledge this point. They refuse to acknowledge this simple point. It's not about, oh, if it changes something big, I would be against it. But it's just something small. No. There is this old principle I always bring up. You go into a grocery store. You steal kegs of beer, or let's say, or even better, you steal whiskeys. You steal bottles and bottles of whiskey. That is theft. You enter a grocery store. You steal one piece of candy. That is still theft. Both are theft. Both are shoplifting. And this is what some people like this online, they refuse to understand. And it is very frustrating that they refuse to understand. Extremely frustrating. Extremely frustrating, to the point that I rip my hair out at how dense they are. It's not about how much is censored. It's about the existence of the censorship. They cannot understand this. They can never understand this. They choose not to understand this. This was the same case when MiHoYo did all of the censorship for the different characters in Genshin Impact. They censored Mona. They censored, what was the nun lady? Rosaria. They censored Jean. It does not matter. It does not matter whether you think the censorship acts were tasteful or you preferred them or not. The fact is they happened. That is the problem. That is the problem. And that is what a lot of Westerners, I'm sorry to some of the Westerners who understand my point, but a lot of Westerners, they refuse to understand this simple point. Their brains can't comprehend this. And it baffles me how their brains cannot comprehend something so simple. Again, we want to go back to this story already or not. Void Interactive. The only reason they can create and achieve a console release, was because of their PC players. The backers when they had their Kickstarter. The people like me who bought the game when it came out on early access, day one I bought this game. Day one I bought this game. Because I was curious and sold on their pitch. A gritty, realistic, no holds barred experience. And it's because of people on PC like us, like the people who bought it on PC, that they can even release their stupid game on console anyways. Again, two hands to clap. Again, two hands to clap. It is all fine and well for you, Void Interactive, to now throw your PC player base under the bus. Oh, these are just small changes. Don't get so upset about it. Don't be such entitled gamers. Don't be so entitled. You weren't being that condescending. You weren't being that. You weren't being that blasé. You weren't being that unpleasant when you were begging for the PC player base to play your game when it came out on early access. You weren't that rude when you were begging for Kickstarter money for your project when the game was in its pre-alpha state. Oh, well, now when you have all the money you can to open your games on console, suddenly we don't matter. Give me a break, seriously. What a joke. Zach Rotsu say thank you to Ash for the gifted membership. You know what's part of the reasons why I was at first quite worried? You made a very interesting point, Ardentop. You made a very interesting point, Ardentop. One of the biggest reasons a lot of people were convinced, especially the old MiHoYo fans, Genshin Impact went down to the crapper in terms of community, was partially because of Maxor. The big YouTuber gave too much attention to Genshin, and now the Westerners and the tourists were there and it ruined the game for everyone else. And this was part of the reasons why it's kind of scared me to an extent when Maxor, for a very brief moment, set his eyes on Blue Archive. Thankfully, funnily enough, Blue Archive has a reasonably solid gatekeeping technology, as you can probably guess. Oh, a trumpet. Thank you for the gifted. Cowboy Bebop, thank trumpet. I realized that Genshin is just getting very monotonous. Genshin has become so monotonous. The only gatekeeping that is harder than Blue Archive is Toho. There are two different types of gates. Blue Archive gate is basically having a very weaponized, a very proactive and weaponized community that kicks out tourists. That is the strength of Blue Archive's gate. But the strength of Toho's gate is that Toho is like an esoteric scripture. It's like an esoteric scripture. You don't even know where to start. Learning it is like learning Latin. You don't know where to start. It's so hard. Yeah, you like the art, but that's about it. You don't even know where it's from. Yeah, you like the music. The music is nice, but you don't even know which song and where it's from. Toho's gate is by being completely esoteric to everyone on the outside. It takes a person who is truly dedicated to Toho as a brand, as a series, to even comprehend Toho. I can post a Toho meme right now. I can tell you for certain, half of you lurkers probably wouldn't be able to understand what I just posted. I can tell you right now. Uma Musume, I don't think Uma Musume has a strong gatekeeping, unfortunately. Not as it stands. I don't think. But again, it takes two hands to clap. Back to the topic of ready or not. They were begging for support from the PC players. And the moment the PC players gave them their money, they are so willing, so happy and willing to drag the PC players down with the rest of the console players. I don't even know whether I want to blame console players for this or not. Because at the end of the day, the devs decided to do it. What do you think? Should I even blame the console players for this or not? I don't even know. Their only fault is to ask the devs to have a console release. It is the devs' fault for censoring the games as they do. And their excuse for censoring the games is so pathetic. Cyberpunk 2077, no censorship, came out as is. Similar themes as Ready or Not in certain aspects. Zero things censored. Last of Us 2, an entire sex scene with Abby. No censorship. They could have negotiated. They could have brought up, what about The Last of Us 2? What about Cyberpunk 2077? Why are we forced to censor our content while they get to enjoy complete, unaltered vision of their own game? Why are we so special? They could have asked them that, but they did not. They chose to censor. And the other excuse they gave, oh, it's for the crossplay. The only one of the biggest reasons that we decided to censor the PC release as well was because of the crossplay. Void Interactive, answer me this, riddle me this. Riddle me this. If a PC gamer has to choose between crossplay or a pure uncensored experience, what do you think they will choose? What will most of them choose? What do you think they would choose? To PC gamers, cross-play is not important. They don't care about crossplay. Crossplay, yeah, is nice to have, but at the end of the day, if they don't have it, no one cares. I do not understand what Void Interactive is thinking. I do not understand. Really? Are they that desperate for the console market money? Are they that desperate? Is it really worth it destroying your goodwill with your original supporters just so you can enter the console market and just scrounge up just a little bit more money? Is it really all that worth it? I do not think it's worth it. I really do not think it's worth it. I wish I could refund the game, but I bought it day one on early access. I was sold on their pitch. I bought that game. The game was bought for years. There is no way I can refund it anymore. Those people who supported this game on day one, they can never refund it anymore. This is a rug pull. Ready or Not Zero, the so-called spiritual successor of SWAT 4. And then moves on to the next point I want to make. I'm going to go back to the point about stop killing games just a brief moment. To be fair to the creator of Skullgirls, okay? To be fair to Skullgirls, to an extent. It was a coup. It was a coup. The creators were overthrown by a group of corrupt people. It is Skullgirls in name only. There's nothing else I can say. You can't really blame Skullgirls to an extent because is the game even Skullgirls at that point? When the creators got overthrown and kicked out of their own game by a group of people who did dirty little tricks to take over the franchise. But Void Interactive was different. The same devs betrayed their own vision. That is what makes it different, and that is what makes it hard to forgive. And to give you an example, and it's very fitting that you mentioned Skullgirls because this is exactly almost the same incident with Skullgirls. It's the same principle as Skullgirls. Here, the backers for Skullgirls, the Kickstarter backers, back in the days, when they backed the game and the game released on Steam or wherever other platform it was, they were given an electronic art book. The people who backed the game during its Kickstarter days were given an official art book. It was an electronic art book. And when the coup happened, the Skullgirls coup, the original owners were kicked out, and his new management wanted to start censoring everything about Skullgirls. Even the official art book was censored. Can you imagine that? Even the official electronic art book that was given as thanks for backing the original game's Kickstarter got censored. And this is exactly what is happening with Ready or Not. Let's make no mistake here. It's the same thing. The game, prior to this console release, PC players enjoy the full uncensored experience. They are allowed to experience everything as it was intended. But now after the update, which will be released on consoles as well, everything that the PC players have will be removed. Some of the things that were available to our PC players since day one or whatever day that the content was added will be removed. This is why it's a rug pull. That is why PC players are upset. Also, imagine you pay for fish and chips. You get served fish and chips. You eat half the portion, and the moment you finish half the portion, the waiter takes away the other half before you get to finish the rest of the plate. That is how it feels like. It was right there. Half of the portion is still right there, and they took it from you. This is very unacceptable. This is very unacceptable. This is happening way too often than I would like. I don't like this. I really don't like this. If I could refund him already or not, I would have done so. This game leaves as bad a taste in my mouth as Helldivers did last year. It leaves as bad a taste in my mouth as Helldivers did last year. Make no mistake. Alright, let's move on to the next topic. Yeah, it's a subtopic because it's all in a consistent little... I suppose I just want to add on to the whole... One thing just keeps bothering me when it comes to the stop killing games thing. One thing really bothers me, and it is the arguments that these lobbying groups have. The arguments that even some people who follow me have. What is stopping them? What is stopping them from making games like they did back in the mid-2000s and the early 2010s? What is stopping them? They have their model right there. As long as you have the disc, as long as you have the data, you can keep playing it forever, for as long as you maintain it. It is right there. What's stopping them? It is very infuriating some more. There is this argument I was witnessing. There was this argument I was witnessing. Okay? And I was reading it. I was a bit too tired responding to this individual already, but as I was reading it, it shows me their mask off. And it is disappointing. It is extremely disappointing. Let me find. Where is it? So, I suppose you remember this post, right? You remember this post, right? Where anti-stop killing games people were like making it extremely toxic. I hope this bill crashes and burns. That is the type of mindset they have. So yeah. I got a response from this. The average stop killing game supporter isn't much better. Speaking of it, you instantly have morons call you corporate bootlegger or Thor alt. This tribal nonsense you're appealing to is a bad law. What tribal nonsense? Excuse me. What tribal nonsense are you trying to say? I pay for my games. I buy games. I have played games since the late 90s, early 2000s. What tribe am I subscribing to? The tribe of, oh, I pay money for something, I would like to use it for as long as I can tribe? Am I not entitled to make sure that my money counts? Am I not entitled to make sure that if I pay money for something, I would love to get my money's worth? Am I not entitled to play video games the way I have played it for decades? What tribe? What tribe? What is your point? What is your point? I told him. I read and talked about your arguments, which means but last week, the stream last week. Long story short, the arguments are piss poor. The arguments are pathetic. It's essentially the arguments dumbed down to we can't make games like we used to and it's hard for us already. Therefore, it is impossible. That is the excuse they are using. I do not understand these people. I really don't. I really do not. Why do they hate Stop Killing games so much? Really? I am a consumer. If that makes me biased, so be it. You cannot make me go against my own interests. You cannot make me go against my own interests. I'm sorry you think that's tribalist, but you really cannot make me go against my own interests. It's like asking me to amputate my own leg when it's healthy. Why would I do that? It's like asking me to blind myself when I have perfectly functioning eyes. Why would I do that? It's like telling me to purposely starve myself. For no good reason at all. Why would I do that? I'm a consumer, of course I would support consumer rights. And I read that stupid PDF that the Video Games Europe lobbying group set out. It is a load of crap. We read it together. Remember that we read it together. I am so sorry for being a tribalist. I can't be a contrarian. That's the problem. That's the problem. A lot of people think that being a contrarian is a good thing. People think that being contrarian is cool. No, it's not. People should not be a contrarian for the sake of it. Contrarian is not something you actively go towards. It is something that is a byproduct. You have your own beliefs, you express them, and it may not be the popular one, but it is true to you. I'm so sorry for being tribalist. I'm not as enlightened as a contrarian to defend AAA publishers robbing someone of a game they played. Nothing wrong with arguing for your interests, but that's not what you were doing in your OP. What am I not doing? You read a response like this. Look at how much hate there is. Am I supposed to say, oh, this is such a reasonable response from the anti-Stop Killing Games crowd? It is so much of fair comment and opinions. What am I going to say? What am I supposed to say? You talk crap like this, I'm going to react to it and say it's crap. What do you expect me to say? If what you want is good boy aspects for appealing to your tribe, though well you got it. What tribe? What is this? You're basically saying I'm being a pick-me at this point. At this point, you're accusing me of being a pick-me or a grifter. You are accusing me and saying that I do not believe what I say. What bullshit is that? At what point did I not believe what I said? I don't know if you're watching my stream. I do not know if you're watching my stream. But at what point do I not believe what I say? At what point do I say the things I say because I want approval from other people and not because I want to say it? At what point? If what I say a lot of people agrees with, so be it. If what I say a lot of people disagree with, so be it. It is what I think. This is not the worst, by the way. Oh. It is wrong for people to harass you for your opinions. I will put this very clear. I will put this extremely clear. It is wrong for people to harass you over your opinions, even if you are against stop killing games. But people are entitled to call you a bootlegger. People are entitled to call you a shill. People, however, are not entitled to tell you to end your life subscription. That is wrong. That is wrong, and I will agree, but still, others are fair game. People are also not entitled to dox you. But other than that, it's fair game. They can be unnecessarily mean. For instance, they move into the personal insults. But that's what arguments are for. And there was one person. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where is your... There was one response that I saw him respond with, and he really went full mask off. Went full mask off, and it bothered me till this day. It bothered me till this day, and I am looking for it. I'm looking for this argument, so-called argument. Where is it? Where is it? I cannot find it. Jeez, where is it? If I can't find it. I really want to find that comment thread. I just cannot find it right now. I really want to find that comment thread. I'm wasting time. Unfortunately, I'm wasting time looking for this comment thread, but that person went mask off. Someone, a lurker, was basically explaining to him why he was wrong and why he was being particularly unpleasant and wrong on certain things. And he ended up calling him retarded. Oh my goodness. There we go, I found it. So remind you, this is about this post. I wrote this up. I hope Stop Killing Games crashes and burns. Very untribalistic. Very, very untribalistic, I'm sure. When they say this, ideally you're appealing to tribalism right now by placing a straw man on me. Read the OP. Read the OP. Hello, Machan. Read the OP. I was reacting to that. You can't already forget about it. You can't already forget. You cannot forget already. I was referring to the OP, and by responding to me in such a way, it means you're attempting to defend it. What else? What other message can I have from this? What other message can I have from this other than the fact that you're responding to this in such a way, to this, implies that you're trying to defend this. You're trying to justify this. It should have been obvious what I was referring to. Oh, now you don't care. If you didn't care, you wouldn't have left a comment. If you didn't care, you wouldn't have left a comment. And I'm sorry for being petty right now, Lucas. I am so sorry for being really petty right now. But this has been bothering me for quite a few days already. This has been really bothering me for quite a few days. And if I don't talk about it, I probably am going to. It's going to eat on me, and annoy me for. Though I have no idea how many days. I just want to talk about it. It is purely for me to complain, and it is not targeting anyone. I just want to complain about the points that are being made. This is purely educational. They don't give two shits about that moron. Well, it is originally about the reply now, wasn't it? You enter in the conversation now attempting to downplay or rationalize what he did by using a what about. Which is true. I talk about the anti-stop killing games being very bad, and now he says the average stop killing game supporter is not any better either. It's a what about, it is true. That is what as I pointed out. You're assuming. And this is the problem I have. This is the problem I have. He is assuming that I do not believe what I say. All because, essentially, he disagrees with what I think. He disagrees with what I think, therefore he thinks I do not believe in what I say. Because the only way I will believe in what I say is if I think the same thing as he does. Actually, no. You can't just say actually no. I'll be halfway first year. I agree with you, though I would be remiss if I didn't point out that SKG's initiative doesn't mention modders putting games on live support, even though I agree with that being a viable alternative. That is for the discussion when the petition passes. That is why the petition exists. That is why the petition exists. It is so that we can actually sit down and talk about this. How are we going to resolve this? Give the binaries give the APIs, give modders the resources to maintain the games after you sunset them. That is part of the discussion. That is the talk we can have. You don't have to bring it up yet in the petition. The petition is a overarching, foundational outline of the goals of the campaign. We go into the nitty-gritty, steps 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 after the petition passes, and we can properly discuss it in an official capacity. That is my point. It also happens to be the Percy or OP here was responding to, and hell yeah, he's kinda right. The guy does sound like an angry child screaming and shitting himself. We can go through in further detail back into the post. I hope I can find it. Okay, riddle me this. You're responding to this guy. You say this guy? Where is it? Okay, I will be fair to you. You're responding to this guy. You say that he is also being very mean to you, okay? Let's go. Okay. My original post here? Pirate Software has bought Pirate Nation. It's meant to be a funny post, okay? It's meant to be a funny post. And you took it personally. I don't know why you took it so personally. You started throwing the first rock. Look at this. Tell me. Are you being any better than Waka Horror right here? Are you being any meaningfully better? You started this. I was making a humorous post about Pirate Nation blocking Pirate Software. Wait, no, Pirate Software blocking Pirate Nation. And this is the thing you post. Full-throated supporter of attaining corporate sanction and paid for game ownership. You word it as if it's such a bad thing. Corporate sanction and paid for game ownership, that was literally the early 2000s. Game devs released video games with the intention that you buy it once, you get to enjoy it for as long as your physical media does not break down. That is the original intention. So what I don't understand this. What point are you trying to make here? What point are you trying to make here? Of course, Pirate Nation would be supportive of the idea that you buy a copy of the games once, you get to enjoy the copy of the game for as long as you have it. That is the point that is being made. How is that a hypocritical point? How? Because the corporation has to sanction it? Well, no duh. Of course the corporation has to sanction it. That is part of legal ownership of a copy of a game. Of course, unless you really want to sail the seas about it. That is such a non-argument. Again, this point is completely irrelevant and stupid. So, oh gee, I wonder why. With a first paragraph like this, I wonder why this Waka Horror replied with a bit more condescension and being a bit mean about it. You weren't being nice either. You were not being nice either. And unfortunately, he is right. At this part, you are refusing to understand the point that is being made. Look at how many arguments you enter with me in that previous post. You are not understanding my point. You are deliberately ignoring my points. And you said that I am grifting. You said I am just getting pick-me. I'm just being a pick-me on this subject. When have I ever said something I do not believe in? When have I ever said something I do not believe in? Do I have to? Why would I deliberately put myself into a position of stress? Seething, molding, and losing my energy, complaining about something if I don't believe in it. You think it is easy to find problems and complain about it? Do you really think it's that easy to be mentally strained talking about something? Do you think it's that mentally easy? Okay, fine. Maybe this is not an accurate part. You can't pirate games with brute force online requirements. At the end of the day, my point is the same. Why does it matter? Why does it matter? Why you want to go through every single minute call out so hypersensitively, call out every single minute error that someone makes? The key point is I buy a copy of my game. I would like to have that copy of my game available for me to access for as long as I do not scratch the CD, for as long as the media is still in a functioning state. That is the point. I do not want to get into some technical arguments. And what does it say basically at this point is Waka Horror is a consumer. Waka Horror is a consumer. He may not be a game developer. He may not know the ins and outs of game development. What he does know is that old games still function if you have the correct console and if you have the correct disc. That is what he knows, and he is right to be aware of that. It should not be held against him that he does not know every single minute complexity with game development or game modding. It is not his responsibility as a consumer to be aware of that. His responsibility as a consumer is to be aware of his rights and to be aware of how game copy ownership has been. And it is true. The crew has offline modes, single player modes. Gone. So many online games have single player modes alongside their online modes. Gone. Bot matches, gone. Campaign modes, gone. All because their services have been shut down. And when you make a statement like this, do you expect to be met with courtesy and kindness? When you make a statement like this, insulting their intelligence again, I don't really expect much from people like you, but then my expectations weren't low enough, gotta up my game. People like you. So, like me too as well, isn't it? I'm a consumer. I paid money for my games. I guess my intelligence is too low as well, huh? And because he say things like this, Waka Horror says things like this. Tit for tat, 2 hands to clap. Again, it's back to this 2 hands to clap. You start off by being rude to someone, the other person becomes rude to you in response. And now you play victim and get all outraged and, oh my god, oh woe is me, oh I am so offended he's being so rude to me. You started with by being rude to him. Honestly, I'm always surprised by your energy and patience to even reply to dishonest idiots like you. Think about it this way, Lurker-chan, think about it this way. I'm replying to people like him not for the sake of replying to people like him. And not because I have high tolerance and patience, but it is more like I am trying to mitigate the anger that is brewing in my mind and my heart. And the only way I can mitigate such anger is to respond to the source of it. Until I either get too tired or lose interest. But just because I am responding to stupid things or bad things, that doesn't mean I won't respond to them with a level of courtesy. Now, I've been online for quite some time. My edgy, rude days, I would like to think have been like, I have outgrown it at this point. You should have seen me back in 2016. Holy crap. I kinda grew out of it, I guess. I kinda grew out of it. Give me back the old Badmin. Are you sure, Mod-chan? You want the old Badmin? I'll probably be throwing the F-bomb every few sentences. If you want the old Badmin, I'll probably throw the F-bomb every few sentences. So because of a response like this, it devolved into all of this. And you wonder why. When you slap someone in the face, don't be surprised that the other person punches you in the face in return. Let's see. I want to finish this because this is still really bothering me. This is still bothering me. Not gonna lie, your current effort to almost always use euphemisms is kinda cute. At this point, I almost subconsciously use euphemisms. It really takes a very large amount of rage for me to break nowadays. Let's continue this. Damn it, stupid. There we go. Damn it. Okay. Anyway, I'll look through the rest later. I've been way up too late. Blah, blah, blah. I'm losing interest with how you misrepresented me with cut context. Ah, the classic. So many people think they are so different from a pak chor. So many people claim to me day after day after day how they are so different from the pak chor. But at the end of the day, all of them go back to the pak chor tactics, such as, I do not have time to address your concerns. I do not have time to argue with you. It's always back to the I do not have time to argue with you. So, Takana, I don't know if he's here, but he replied. One of the odd things that I do end up agreeing with him on. Well, sometimes I agree with him and sometimes I disagree with him. It's fine. But he says, at least he understands me. At least he understands me. Saying that I believe in appealing to tribal nonsense doesn't imply I don't believe what I say. True. It's something cheap to dismiss my opinion. True. The same accusation could be easily made about him. Yes. Also, context you're implying was cut doesn't change the statement. True. Remember, you started off being ridiculously hostile with Pirate Nation. Other Stop Killing Game supporters like Waka Horror did not like the condescension that you were throwing at people, so they responded with a degree of anger. And you replied to that anger instead of trying to diffuse it. You double, triple, quadruple down by being even ruder to the person responding to you. And it all devolved from there. To the point that some other person said, I hope Stop Killing Games crashes and burns. Which means we can never be entitled. Which means, what is the message? I hope Stop Killing Games crashes and burns, which means the message is he wants us to own nothing and be happy. That is ultimately what he's saying. I hope Stop Killing Games crashes and burns. Look up here. I hope Stop Killing Games. God, I hope that Bill crashes and burns. God, I hope Stop Killing Games crashes and burns. You own nothing and you'll be happy. That's basically what he's saying. We want that future. Here we go. People often believe quite strongly in their tribal allegiance. You seem to misunderstand that. This is getting a bit annoying at this point. This is really getting a bit annoying at this point. It's being obtuse on purpose. This is the problem. He does not understand. I make the opinions I make because I believe in them. If people gravitate to my opinions, I can't help it. Just because people gravitate to my opinions does not mean I am appealing to a tribe. My opinions can be in the same wavelength as a tribe, but that is coincidence. Eventually, when you express enough opinions, eventually one of those opinions are going to resonate with a group of people. And to say that I am appealing to a tribe all because one of my opinions resonate with a lot of people is so stupid and disingenuous. The tribal nonsense you're appealing to is a bad look. The word appeal implies I'm being performative to any reasonable listener. It's a cheap way to dismiss criticism. I'm speaking broadly here about something subjective, but that doesn't mean I'm tribal. Exactly what I said a few seconds ago. Like I say what I believe in. If a crowd of people finds what I say resonates with them, it is what it is. You can't blame me for having my opinions. You have to question why a group of people agree with what I said. Sakana is completely correct. Just because I say something that resonates with a group of people doesn't mean I am deliberately pandering to a group of people. I'm pandering to myself. And it just so happens that in the process of pandering to myself, I pander to a group of people. It is just on the Judge Judy thing. It's just on the Judge Judy interview. When some lady interview her, how does it feel like to be a woman judge? She just says, I don't really care that I am a woman judge. I'm just a judge that just so happens to be a woman. It's the same principle. How does it feel that I am pandering to a group, to a tribe? I don't care about pandering to a tribe. I just so happen to have an opinion that just so happens to resonate with the tribe. It is a valid point. And look at this, you are a retard. Of course he ends it with that. When there is a valid point to be made, he ends up with this. Stop! Wash! Please stop! Please stop! Sakana, my white knight! What joke is this? Sakana, my white knight. The same Sakana I argue with on stream most of the days. The same Sakana who argues with me on so many different things. My white knight. The same Sakana I argue with on Twitter, off and on. Because we disagree on some very big things, my white knight. The same Sakana that I feel so much anger arguing with off and on, a white knight apparently. All because he agrees with me on this one thing. There you have it. I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it. Of all the people he can accuse of being a white knight, he accuses Sakana. Of all the people he accuses of being a white knight, he accuses Sakana. am from the back rooms. Victor, I am from the back rooms. I am behind you right now. Victor, look behind you. I am behind you right now. Did you look back? I just disappeared the minute you looked back. Oh boy. This was what triggered me. This was what triggered me. Sakana politely explained. Politely explained. And his response to all of this was, "You are a retard." Okay, that's over. That's over. I needed that. I needed that. It has been at the back of my head for a while. This stupid reaction has been at the back of my head for a while. Alright. Suffice to say, that was just me complaining and venting. It is for educational purposes, and I'm sorry for being so petty, talking about a person who basically one-guyed me on Twitter. Well, he didn't really one-guy me, but it's more like he bothered me with his choice of words, okay? I'm sorry for being so petty tonight, but it's really bothering me what he said. Okay. 我哋仲有咩嘢可以做？仲係講乜嘢？ Let me have a look. Oh yeah. I want to show you all a video. Actually, I want to show you all a video. But there is a chance, I don't know whether it is... There is no music, thankfully. But I feel like I want to show you all this video. Alright, let me have a look. Modern games versus old games. There we go, I found it. On one hand, I kind of understand. On one hand, I find it laughable that there's some say they struggle to make games like they used to, but on the other hand, I can kinda understand it. This video. I want to show you all this video. And after you watch this video with me, I hope you will understand the disappointment I feel. And I hope you will share in this disappointment as I do. Let's start.
To do that anymore. We used to, but the problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
I want you to remember those words. I want you to remember those words. Because I'm going to enter a rant after this video is over. You know what? You know what? F it. I'm gonna rant about it right now. The reason the Dark Ages happened was because the Roman Empire fell. The Roman Empire had lots of really quite admirable technology that would not be out of place in the modern day. The Roman Empire had aqueducts. The Roman Empire had all kinds of technologies. And when the empire fell, all of those technologies were lost to time until they got rediscovered during the Renaissance, the Italian Renaissance period. And it's completely understandable. There was an apocalyptic incident. It was an apocalyptic incident. Well, the fall of Rome, The fall of Rome. The fall of Rome. It was an apocalyptic incident when Rome fell. And basically Europe was plunged back into the Dark Ages. A lot of technologies that were commonplace before Rome fell became lost technologies. But it's understandable. It was a massive destruction of a big empire. It was an apocalyptic level event for Europe. But now, you do not need an apocalyptic event. There is no massive EMP explosion that destroyed every single technology from the late 2000s or the early 2010s. None of that. For some reason, the games industry evolved backwards. At least you can justify it because the Roman Empire fell. At least you could justify it when a giant EMP explosion destroyed all of the world's technologies, so everything has to be remade from scratch. You can excuse that. But this, no. There was no apocalyptic scenario. There was no world-ending wars. It is just the games industry rotting from the inside out. Game companies are more obsessed with hiring people to fill in a check mark rather than people with talents. Game devs are more obsessed with adding an additional bell and whistle of ray tracing or post-processing rather than making sure that their game is optimized and stable. Hell, Nvidia is more obsessed with creating fake frames than creating a GPU that is stable. It's like game developers, game devs, the games industry had their own fall of Rome without it being destroyed. And that is embarrassing. Peace and quiet, yet you still manage to evolve backwards. Say what you want about Helldivers, that is quite... Say what you want about Helldivers, and I do enjoy Helldivers, but that is quite embarrassing.
Party won't go all night. Get to that bell tower.
a Nintendo 64 game has proper friendly fire awareness than a modern 2025 video game? Think about this.
Help! Someone's being attacked! Ah!
This is getting embarrassing. I watched this before and I still feel embarrassed when watching it again.
Wait long.
We decided that on the floor we're showing DirectX 9 actually running on XP because
The DirectX 9 running on Windows XP.
our fans are always worried, you know, do I have to buy a completely new computer to play Crysis? And the message we want to give people is no. It looks gorgeous on DirectX 9, it runs on XP, you don't have to upgrade to play Crysis.
Why did you not optimize this game for PC?
Say something clever.
We did. It's running great. It is a next-gen PC game. We really do push the technology, so you may need to upgrade your PC for this game.
This is getting ridiculous. Destroy the foundations, the entire building drops. My goodness. Destroy and then the building. 2002, by the way.
Few moments later.
I'm out!
Somewhere something went wrong. Somewhere something truly went wrong and I do not understand why. I really do not understand. Look at that. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Don't even try. Look at this.
Wanted our final Arkham game to be the ultimate Batman experience. For us, that means building an enormous open world Gotham City full of the really rich level
Look
of detail
at
that people
this.
have come to expect from Arkham.
This is Unreal Engine 3, you know that. This was Unreal Engine 3. Unreal Engine 3. You can show in a world where no one saw Batman Arkham Knight, in a world where no one saw Batman Arkham Knight, you show someone in the current year Batman Arkham Knight and you tell them this is from Unreal Engine 5, people would believe you. But it's not.
Level of detail that people have come to expect from Arkham games.
The inner reflection, there's reflection off of Phasma. There's inner reflection of Phasma on her gun. And there's reflection of her gun on her chest.
What is going on? What has happened? Oh yes, Avowed.
Arce's name was that?
My goodness.
Somebody there?
Actually, Avowed was the biggest disappointment. Avowed is a special level of embarrassing. How they managed to make a game so bad. So bad in its level of detail. Its attention to detail is so bad. If you're one fairness, this discussion deserves. Not every game can afford to have it. Every simulation feature that, but the problem is that you're comparing Avowed with Skyrim. Obsidian with Bethesda. The supposed rivalry between Obsidian and Bethesda. The same Obsidian who is trying to say they're better than Bethesda. And they released this crap in 2025. When Skyrim had all of this set up properly. Look! What has happened to games? Seriously? This was such a big deal with Far Cry 2. Far Cry 2 first made the fire propagation mechanic as a key feature. And it has been in every Far Cry game since then until I don't know, since after Far Cry Primal. After Far Cry Primal, things just went weird. My God. I can't even feel the embarrassment. A 2004 game beats you in sheer quality compared to a 2024-2025 game. Okay, Crisis. Crisis did so many things that will be considered still cutting edge in 2025. This is... I told you you will feel the disappointment as you keep watching this.
The great things that's happened is the Xbox is forcing us to look at a bunch of things that maybe we didn't have to look as hard at on the PC, because there are more constraints there, especially with the CPU and memory. So the end result is that the source engine is getting better. It's using less CPU, using less memory.
Optimizations.
Being more aggressive about streaming.
I just want to be able to import my ZBrush model, my photogrammetry scan, my CAD data without wasting any time optimizing.
What the blood? Okay. This put me into a rage. This put me into a freaking rage. Now you know why, Lucas. Now you know why. Now you know why Unreal Engine 5 is the crap that it is. It is the pure crap that it is. Now you know exactly why. You know exactly why. Now you know why Unreal Engine 5 sucks. Now you know why Unreal Engine 5 is an optimization nightmare. Their own marketing admits they do not care about optimizations. That is why it's so bad. Their own marketing outright admits. They outright admit that optimization is somehow a bad thing.
Without wasting any time optimizing.
We really do push the technology.
Delgado has been eliminated.
somewhere went so wrong. I'm sorry for saying the same things over and over and over again, but
most important new features is 4-player co-op. In
4-player
Halo
co-op.
2, you could only play 2 players, and they had to be on the same Xbox. But for Halo 3, you'll be able to play 4-player co-op over Xbox Live, so you can play with your friends across the country or sitting next to you on the couch.
But during one of your recent streams, you announced that couch co-op would not be coming to Halo Infinite. And as the community discovered, you can glitch into the mode, and Digital Foundry thought this worked well. So is this something that you'd ever consider reevaluating at any time?
So right now, we are committed to supporting the live service.
I really wish the video game crash happens. I really wish the video game crash happens. I really wish the video game crash happens. Please let it happen. Please let it happen. Please make the 1980s happen again. Let there be an ET moment. Every single AAA company crash and burn. Let indie games just build back up and take over.
Find the emergency release. You can do it.
Oh my goodness. GTA 4 was such an achievement. It was so good. I think GTA 4 was the peak of Rockstar's technical achievement. It didn't need the fanciest looking textures, the fanciest lighting. Again, I want to say it again. You show Batman Arkham Knight to someone who does not know the game exists, and you tell them this is a new Batman game using Unreal Engine 5, once again they would believe you.
Don't be fooled by foreign propaganda. Get the latest, trusted scoop on Night City, only on N54 News.
With PlayStation 3, we are taking it to the next level. Not only will PlayStation 3 support Blu-ray video and PlayStation 3 games, PlayStation 2 games, audio CDs, and DVD video playback.
Backward
PlayStation
compatibility.
5 is backwards compatible with more than 4,000 PlayStation 4 games.
Hello? Anybody home?
If you're a PlayStation Now subscriber, you will see PS Now games here too. Download or stream any of the PS4 titles or stream any of the PS3 and PS2 titles on demand.
Okay, to be fair, using Avowed is kind of low-hanging fruit. And I mean full offense to Avowed, by the way. And I mean full offense to Obsidian. When I say this, using Avowed is low-hanging fruit. Avowed is uniquely bad. Avowed is uniquely bad in its world simulation. You can't even compare it to any other games in its generation. It is that bad.
I'm glad to have met you.
Please, someone do something! I'm getting out of here.
My money's...
What the hell are you doing? Security to the bridge. The Master Chief has gone rampant. Take him down, boys.
Not over here. I see him. Watch it. Get clear.
Hello, Wispy Jazz. Don't mind me for a moment. I am just basking in disappointment as I watch this video. And I'm feeling nothing but pure disappointment and sadness as I watch this. Oh my god! Holy moly!
Just south of your location.
We'll get it done.
I just move shit with my
Oh my
freaking mind!
Ooh, that writing is horrible.
Yeah, okay.
2015, by the way. 2015 hair simulation.
Right in, sir. Enjoy your evening.
Oh.
Ils ont déjà vécu trop longtemps! Moi, nous aurons justice!
This is so depressing. Every second is so depressing. Yeah, I remember this Burnout game. It was so cool. No, don't kill the... don't destroy the fish. Vercas, can you... This is so much... This is so much disappointment. Pardon me, with the gaps. I'm gonna get some more water to drink. I'm gonna get some water to drink. I'll be back in a few minutes. And we'll be talking about how disappointed I am. Lucas, how do you all get so wrong? Actually, I know. It's a rhetorical question. It's a rhetorical question. And it is a question that is completely related to that time when I talk about... when we had that discussion with Armchair Expert. The talking chair. And this is a problem that a lot of people on Twitter, not just on Twitter, but a lot of other different websites, a lot of different social media, they are trying to trivialize the significance of DEI. DEI is not, they have to remember this, DEI is not just content. It is not just content. It is not just content already at this point. What it is extremely... It affects the entire operation. It affects the entire process by itself. It is the destruction of merit. The very idea that you have to impose a quota on specific hiring practices based on immutable characteristics like race, gender, preferences, all of that. The idea of it applies to the hiring process. And by virtue of creating quotas based on check marks rather than merit, the entire process suffers. This is why games can't be optimized. This is why Unreal Engine can't be... This is why Unreal Engine 5 is such a trash fire. This is why games are losing features. This is why outside of skin deep, fancy post-processing effects and ray tracing, the games have been completely soulless. You can't destroy things, you can't alter things, the physics is non-existent sometimes, interactions is barely anything. It all adds up. It all adds up. DEI is not just the content. They are correct. The whole part of, oh, there is this token character in this video game who is like a girl boss and is very condescending and sarcastic is not about that. Those are the least of gaming's problems. The biggest problems is everything, is the process itself. The entire process has been corrupted and undermined. It is rotting at its core. And now it goes on to the next point. This has been something that has been... I want to show this. You remember Battlefield 5, right? I'm sure you do. You remember Battlefield 5, don't you? I'm sure a lot of you do. You remember that classic guy, what was his name? The ex-exec of DICE on EA. What was his name? Patrick Soderlund. Yes, Patrick Soderlund. Remember during the Battlefield 5 review trailer? Battlefield 1 was really good. A lot of people who played Battlefield 1 enjoyed it immensely. Then Battlefield 5 released their review trailer. And it looks more like Fortnite than a Battlefield game. With a female character who has a prosthetic limb. And British soldiers wearing a katana on their back. An MG42 that has a fire rate that is under 700. And it adds on and on and on and on and on. Battlefield fans ask, complained, talk about why is the game so jarringly unlikable and inaccurate and inauthentic. Patrick Soderlund, that then executive at DICE and EA, says, don't like it, don't buy it. True enough. This is back to the story I brought up at the start of the stream. This is the story I brought up at the start of the stream, by the way. Where has the sense gone to? Where has the sense gone to with all of these people who run businesses? With all of these people who run companies? Where have their sense gone to? They do not think, they stop thinking. All they care about is their own ego. All they care about is being the person to one-up the other person. Even if the other person is literally your customer. The person who is going to give you money. And you are petty enough to start a fight with them. Oh yeah, don't like it, don't buy it, when they actually don't buy. Oh, the gamers are misogynistic. They hate women. How dare they don't buy the game? to show you a little something, actually. Makes me want to listen to this again. If it is any consolation to all of you lurkers, if it is any consolation, if it is any consolation to any of you lurkers, this whole don't like it, don't buy it mentality is a modern problem, but it's also an ancient problem. It is quite an old problem, and I'll show you why.
Anummatalliku kiantak biam ummat attama kubari tam kutim anagimil Anummatalliku kiantak biam ummat attama kubari tam kutim anagimiltsin anadin tallikma takbiam ulateppus.
Tell Eanatsir, Nani sends the following message. When you came, you said to me as follows: I will give Gimilsin when he comes fine quality copper ingots. You left then, but you did not do what you promised me. You put ingots which were not good before my messenger, Tzitsin, and said if you want to take them, take them. If you do not want to take them, go away. What do you take me for that you treat somebody like me with such contempt? I've sent as messengers gentlemen like ourselves to collect the bag with my money, deposited with you, but you have treated me with contempt by sending them back to me empty-handed several times, and that through enemy territory. Is there anyone among the merchants who trade with Telmun who has treated me in this way? You alone treat my messenger with contempt. On account of that one trifling mina of silver which I owe you, you feel free to speak in such a way. Well, I have given to the palace on your behalf 1,080 pounds of copper, and Sumiabum has likewise given 1,080 pounds of copper, apart from what we both have had written on a sealed tablet to be kept in the temple of Samas. How have you treated me for that copper? You have withheld my money back from me in enemy territory. It is now up to you to restore my money to me in full. Take cognizance that from now on I will not accept here any copper from you that is not of fine quality. I shall from now on select and take the ingots individually in my own yard, and I shall exercise against you my right of rejection, because you have treated me with contempt.
Some things never changed, and they get immortalized for bad customer service. It's literally the same mindset. The same mindset from 5,000 years ago, 6,000 years ago. Truly. Don't like it, don't buy it. You don't want it, give them back. If you want them, take them. If you don't want, go away. Don't like it, don't buy it. Just low trust society things indeed. Here's the undisputed truth. The undisputed fact at this point in time. AAA Western game devs treat their customers with contempt. That is true. Just like how Air Nasser treats Nani, his client, with contempt. EA Nasser, indeed, EA Nasser. EA Nasser. Now we know why he has poor customer service, and why he treats his own customers with contempt. EA Nasser. It is extremely, extremely disappointing. At the end of the day, even if you have hedge fund money, venture capital, impact investors, how much of their money can you actually keep receiving until they run out or until they lose interest in you? You need your customers eventually. You can't keep angering them. You can't keep pissing them off. You can buy time with your life support money for a year or 2, maybe 3 years, but eventually you will run out of time. Just so you all know, just so you all remember, by the way, Lurkis, just so you all remember. Just so you all remember. Ubisoft demands. Let me show you. Let me show you. What am I gonna... How many posts have I made? Damn. I've made so many posts I cannot believe it. What is the cute image? I'll show it to you all later. Okay. Where is it? This is what they think about you. This is what game companies think about you. This is what they think about you. You give them money so that they can screw you over and abuse you. They terminate your game and they demand that you destroy your copy of your game, and you get nothing back. You do not get your money back. I do not like Ubisoft anymore. I haven't liked Ubisoft for a very long time as a company. And it shocks me till this very day that there are people who defend companies like Ubisoft. Anyone want to lighten the mood? It's getting a little late already and I want to lighten the mood a little bit. Is Rena still here? Is Rena still here? Never mind, you lurkers can. I have squished Rena into a little flower. I squished Rena into a tiny flower. I think Rena fell asleep. It's probably getting late. Rena probably fell asleep. How funny. Rena was here about an hour. Rena was here about an hour and a half ago. This is a very cute image. Lurker-chan is so cute in this image. And props to any lurker who recognizes recognizes this reference. Props to any lurker who recognizes this reference. I'm gonna unpin this. It rings a bell, but you can't pinpoint it. Looks N64, but I can't say anything beyond that. Too far. Not close. Not close at all. If you followed me during my 2019 Facebook days, you probably would know. Ah, Mo-chan. Mo-chan. Ha. I'll show you if I can find them. Let me check. Let me check if I can find a perfect image. I think you are probably someone got it correct. Someone got it quite correct. Let me see. If I can find this, I can find this. Oh, she posts a lot, actually. Really posts a lot. Oh, bro. Ah, this will work. This will work. That's your answer. Her floating lion star thing. Evil Ben means floating lion star thing. Very cute, very cute. Now he is a floating lurker star thing. Ooh. Oh my goodness. Do I have any other topics to talk about? I have something else I want to complain about, but I feel like I want to save it for Wednesday. There's something else I want to complain about, but I want to save it for Wednesday. And partially because I think I am running low on energy or I'm getting sleepy. But I will talk about one more topic. It is related back to this. So, I know some of you are aware of Straub. Well, Straub Rab's wife has fallen victim to a Kershaw treatment, basically. Just fallen victim to a Kershaw treatment. Basically, they got her sponsorship revoked or partnership revoked from something called Mateship. And the reason Mateship cites is guilt by association. Straub does not do things that resemble trauma in any way. She doesn't even say things that are controversial. Somehow, she got canceled her membership, her partnership. And surprise, surprise, Macaroni in a Pot is right there bragging about it. Macaroni in a Pot is right there, mere moments after, as you can see, merely 40 minutes after Straub made the announcement. Macaroni in a Pot is there gloating about it. So I query you this, like I said at the front of this thumbnail. The front of this thumbnail. It takes two hands to clap. Makeship. A lot of your customers are fans of Straub. A lot of your customers are not a fan of guilt by association and partnering. A lot of your customers are aware of the type of person Macaroni in a Pot is. And it shocks me that you would take the opinions of Macaroni in a Pot more seriously than Straub's. You know what Macaroni in a Pot did. You know why I call this individual Macaroni in a Pot. There is audio evidence shared everywhere until now it's still being shared around. There is photo evidence of very interesting fanfiction written on Archive Your Own. There is very questionable articles being written by Macaroni in a Pot concerning a popular family-friendly game, Fall Guys. And yet you took Macaroni's opinions seriously and decide to cancel someone's partnership over these accusations. This is why I hold that specific V-tweeter whose name sounds like Mint with a B in very low regard. Mint with a B is friends with Macaroni in a Pot and the other NVTuber who keeps trying to get clout in any way, shape or form, saying the most twisted things, the most sickening things ever imaginable, just for a little bit of clout.
You will have nothing and you will like it.
Hayden Wayne 75, thank you for the 20. Later this week I'm gonna make sure Nadrotic and his entire crew know what Makeship did to Straub. Their whole crew has had several collaborations with Makeship, and I think they'd really appreciate knowing what happened. You should. You should. That is a very important story. The difference between cancel culture and consequences. The person partaking in the cancel culture creates, manufactures with ill intentions, smears, accusations, and claims that will undermine the reputation and the well-being of the other person they are targeting through the insemination of these accusations. And when it comes out that the person making these accusations were one, lying, and two, are worse in every single conceivable way imaginable that makes the accusations sound like 1% tame by comparison, whatever happens to them is the consequence. But yes, Hayden, you send them that message. You bring attention to this. You bring attention to this. My posts did not get that much traction, but I think it is fair for them to be made aware. Even if, for argument's sake, okay? A Pak always will say, oh, you're participating in the same cancel culture as we are. That's the key word. You are participating in the cancel culture from the start. You started it. And now you're getting upset. If cancel culture goes back and bites you in the rear, you get upset over it. Oh, boo-hoo! Suddenly it's a bad thing when it happens to you. Profit. Profits. Profit. It shocks me. But one more thing I want to talk about. One more thing before I end the stream. One more topic. So I read this article. From PC Gamer. And it was interesting. It was an interesting one. Interesting in all the wrong ways, by the way. It is entertaining and interesting at the same time. Capcom cancels a presentation on Monster Hunter Wilds performance at CDEC 2025 amid ongoing developer harassment. So long story short is Capcom was supposed to have a lecture, a developer presentation about performance and optimization. Can you lurkers, if you have played Monster Hunter Wilds, lurkers, can you recognize the irony of that statement? I'll start off. Can you recognize the irony of that statement? Look at the reviews on Steam for Monster Hunter Wilds. What is one of the biggest complaints that players have? Oh well, I'll probably tell you anyway. Overwhelmingly negative on Steam. And the biggest reason? Monster Hunter Wilds is a broken, unoptimized mess of a game that should be an embarrassment to whoever who developed and optimized the game. That is how bad Monster Hunter Wilds is. It is an unoptimized disaster. I do not understand. I do not understand how can Capcom be so thick-skinned as to have a presentation on the optimizing the game. Look, read this. Making Monster Hunter Wilds run smoothly, all about performance adjustments. Many battles to maintain stable operation while realizing the elements that make the game a selling point. It's like allowing someone who is completely crap. Okay, I want to use a very good example. It's like asking a disbarred lawyer to give you a lecture on law. That is how bad. That is how bad it looks when you are trying to get Capcom of all people to lecture you about performance and optimizations. Would you get a disbarred lawyer to lecture you about law? Would you? I know for certain I would not. I know for certain I would not. So the whole idea of this is laughable. It's like hiring a vegan to cook in a steakhouse. That is how ridiculous this sounds. And of course, rightfully so, gamers complain, gamers criticize, gamers make fun of Monster Hunter Wilds, especially its disastrous optimization. And you know what they say? You know what Capcom says? Oh my goodness, the terrible, terrible entitled gamers who paid $60, $70, $80 for our game. They're complaining about our game's performance. We should do the right thing and sue them. Call the police on them because they make fun of our game. Because they're criticizing our game. They may contact the police or lawyers to take legal actions. Severe customer harassment. And what is severe customer harassment? All forms of targeted hostility, which means criticism and memeing is considered targeted hostility, by the way, to Capcom. Is it true? Is it true? Is it true? Or are you just trying to lump all the critical tweets and non-positive mean tweets into this blanket statement. Give us examples, Capcom. Give us examples. Talk is cheap. I'm lucky I didn't buy Monster Hunter Wilds. I wanted to buy it. It was too expensive, so I decided no. Have a partner with Niji Sanji to provide the same blanket approach to so-called slander. Do we give them the same pass at Capcom? But I'd say no. If it's legitimate criticism, why? If it's legitimate criticism, I don't see why it makes it any different if it were any other corporation. It would be an interesting talk. Yeah. To be fair, it would be an interesting talk. I mean, even the announcement was hilarious already. It's already a content farm. Imagine. Again, I keep bringing back to the whole vegan thing, but really, truly, imagine. It's like asking the worst possible person who is the worst possible person at their job to do a lecture on the job that they are so bad at. Zenat, you are assuming Zenat. Yeah, that's true. Mo-chan. Just because I like Hololive doesn't mean Cover Corp is free from criticism. I have criticized Cover Corp. You have seen me do that. And if Cover Corp is gonna make my life miserable all because I did research and form an opinion based on my research of the facts, I will not be happy. Zalrock, thank you for the membership. What the hell? Hammer? You want me to hammer your foot? Don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I do. Let me hammer your foot. Mo-chan, pass me my hammer. Mo-chan, pass me my hammer right now. Oh no, Zalrock. You're doing it again. Oh no, Zalrock, you're doing it again. Oh my god. You five, make sure to thank Zalrock for the gifteds. I look away 1 minute and I hear hammer. Thanks for the gifts today, Zalrock. And it's another ungodly different time. So, but actually, lurkers, which times do y'all prefer? I noticed that. In all seriousness, which time do y'all prefer? Actually, I noticed that more of you turn up for my daytime streams rather than my nighttime streams. Or maybe it's a Monday, right? It's on Monday. That's probably it. Yeah, it's on Monday. That's right. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't bring it up. It's Monday. That's what. That's right. That's right. There's a lot of locals while working. Well, anyway, 41 of you lurkers are still around, and I appreciate. Today has been a particularly slow stream for me because I have been touching grass for the whole day. And I got back exhausted. And I'm so sorry for that if I sound a little low energy today. I'm sorry if I sounded a little low energy today. Oh, Corvu, you dropped by. Welcome, welcome. Do I have anything else funny to talk about? There's a game on my radar right now, and I really want to. There's a game on my radar right now, and I really do want to get the chance to play this game when it comes out. Let me check. Should I save it for Wednesday? Well, okay, I'm gonna explain my plans for the remainder of the Gamers Outreach rewards thing. So the Gamers Outreach stream goals things. I'm gonna explain it. Because July is a bit full on for me, as you probably already know, because my schedules is not consistent for this month. Whew. I'm sorry for yawning. Anyway, I'm thinking of getting Silent Hill F as the horror game of my choice. I might as well try it. It's a very different Silent Hill. As for 10-based games, first things first. I suspect the turn-based and the horror. If I'm playing Silent Hill F, I have to wait for the September release date. If I'm playing Silent Hill F for the horror game. But it was not on the stream goals 0. It is not part of the donations or the super chat goals 0. And even if I wanted to pay Dustborn, there is no way I'm spending money to buy that game. But anyway, what else is the turn-based game? The turn-based game is... We have to really think about that, don't we? I have a few games I would consider playing. One of the easiest would be Valkyria Chronicles. Expedition 33 would... Valkyria Chronicles would probably be the one that I'm considering turn-based game. Not too long, not too short, and old enough that I can play with reasonable performance. So that will be for August, I suspect. I will probably have some time to dedicate to streaming Valkyria Chronicles in August. There is XCOM as well. Expedition 33 is like Persona. We don't have to. Xenonauts for the alternate XCOM. Let's see what's that game about. Long story short, I think the poll is basically an XCOM-like game, maybe. A game that resembles XCOM style, I guess. Oh hey, Xenonauts looks kind of fun, doesn't it? Another game I actually am considering is Silent Storm. Oh, it's Silent Storm Gold Edition. Silent Storm is actually another very interesting game. What do you think of this one? What do you think of this one? What do you think of this one? As the XCOM-like game. Because I heard a lot of stories about XCOM being a nightmare to play. As in, it is not a fair game. It is a very unfair game. So this is another XCOM-like game. Probably like a precursor to XCOM as well. One of the precursors. Another game that could be considered is Jagged Alliance, isn't it? All of these XCOM-like games. It's interesting. Basically, the vote is I think I am more partial towards an XCOM-like game. A game that has the mechanics similar to XCOM. And if that's the case, my options are quite a lot. Maybe one of these days we could actually have a good talk about good recommendations of a game that has the mechanics of XCOM. Or, if you all want me to outright play XCOM. Milk Trader is a very long game, that's one problem. Failing at commenting, the only problem with Rogue Trader is that it's a very, very long game. I would like to play on stream a game that I can actually finish reasonably fast. Well, not reasonably fast, but that I don't have to take too long to finish. I want a game that's like punch, that is straight to the point in a way. And Rogue Trader is not one of those games. There are so many options, there are so many choices. Counter-Strike. I am so bad at Counter-Strike. Remote is pause. Crisis 1. Oh, I haven't. A Half-Life marathon. Huh. Lurkers really are not talking about turn-based games anymore. The other lurkers are not talking about turn-based games anymore. They're basically, they just want me to choose any game at this point. I really hope that I have more energy on Wednesday. I feel like crap and I really want to spend more time with your lurkers. Maybe play a game or two, but I just feel so tired. Oh my goodness. So many options. Space Impact, that name is so familiar. That name is so familiar. Yeah, Space Impact, that's why I remember the name. Yeah, there we go, yes. Space Impact from Nokia. And no wonder the name was so familiar. Any other good games? Actually, I've never played an RTS game on stream, have I? I don't think I have played an RTS game on stream. Oh my god, there is a lot of Valkyria Chronicles games. A lot of Valkyria Chronicles games. One of the reasons why I'm afraid to play real-time strategy games on stream is that I am not a very good RTS player at all. Actually, scratch that, I am not a very good RTS player. I only like to play RTS games so I can watch units fight. Company of Heroes 3. I cannot believe they're still pricing it so high for a game that's so mid. Oh, Broken Arrow is out. But the deck building is kind of overwhelming, that's the problem. And it's mixed. Oh, Command and Conquer Renegade. Broken Arrow with Fanboy Max. We have to talk about that whole fanboy thing on Wednesday. It is very interesting. Oh, well, it's not interesting, but it's annoying. It is very annoying that it's a topic of discussion again. I'll leave that for Wednesday. I'll leave that for Wednesday. Any other nice games to watch? Age of Empires. So many DLCs. I miss when games only had like one main game and one expansion pack. I miss those days. And Mo-chan, you don't understand. I'm just looking at a giant map and I can't see units fighting each other, and which is kind of the reason why I play RTS games. I like seeing hundreds of people fighting each other. Hundred line, let me see what that is. Let me see what that is. Oh, it's a tactics game. It's one of those grid-based tactics games by the looks of it. And for the rest of the likers who are still here and you're just here for my yapping, I think basically the yapping is over and we're just like talking about random games. So if you want to go rest or go out and do your own thing, go ahead. Thank you for dropping by. Oh boy. I wonder why all the XCOM games have such bad reviews, actually. Do you know why or not? Do y'all know why that's the problem, lurkers? Why are all the XCOM games so poorly reviewed? Apparently XCOM 1 does not work with Windows 11. But XCOM 2 is mixed. Oh, Take-Two, no wonder. Take-Two. They updated their terms of service, basically turning all their games into spyware. No wonder. What a shame. That is why they're getting better reviews. All their games really basically became glorified spyware. Okay, maybe I might get Silent Storm. For old time's sake, I played this game long time ago and I can't. It was one of those turn-based games that I end up liking a bit. But that's the plan for August. It's not a plan that I can execute for July. I am afraid of indie horror games, Zero. I am very, very afraid of indie horror games. Chilas are horrible. Oh my god, Chilla games are terrible. I don't want to touch Chilla games. There is just something that just fills me with so much dread. It's just something that fills me with so much dread with Chilla's games. You have to do it now. Let me see what do I have to do right now? Total Warrior. Really? Like, cause you really want me to play the Depression Quest? Do you really want me to play Depression Quest? You know Depression Quest, why? I talked to you about the Gamergate story. The Gamergate lecture from last month. You probably know what Depression Quest is, right? Well, Zenat is just one of you. Let me check. It's not really a game, but Some games are fun once, but only once. I'm not sure if that's a compliment to those games or an insult to those games. I guess basically everyone wants to watch me play this game, right? Okay, I'll choose a day. I'll choose a day. Or maybe I'll just... Are you delaying until 12 a.m.? No, I don't know. I don't know why I haven't ended the stream yet. I really don't know why I haven't ended the stream yet, actually, Mo-chan. Maybe I should. Maybe I should. I think I'm... I feel like I'm just going to stop physically functioning if I stick around a little longer. And most of you lurkers already signed off for the night. There's only like 30 of you left. I probably should end it, right? Anyway, just to remind you all, of upcoming stream on Wednesday. So tomorrow will be a break day for me. Tomorrow will be a break day for me. So you'll have a day off tomorrow. And I will be back this Wednesday, and it will be on Twitch. Remember, it will be on Twitch. Look at the logo. Look at it closely. Don't go to YouTube. It will be on Twitch. I want to do some watch-alongs. I want to show you all some cool stuff, some nice stuff that could be copyrighted. Okay? It will be on Twitch this Wednesday. A chill, having some fun, and hopefully I won't be too sleepy. Hopefully I won't be too sleepy on the Wednesday stream. And then after Wednesday stream, there will be a 3-day gap. So Sunday will be the next stream. No, I showed you. Unless you're a it is morning if you are a Westerner. It is night. It is late evening to night if you are Asian. Okay? All of the details are right here, and it's pinned on my socials. It's pinned on Facebook, and it is also pinned on Twitter. So, yeah, I think my brain is refusing to function anymore already. So let's see what I can do. Let's see. The stream is about to end, but let's see if there is anyone I can raid on YouTube. Who is Momo-chan? Do you know who Momo-chan is? No, first time hearing. That's okay. I just got recommended a random VTuber. She's playing Helldivers 2 though. Do you wanna watch? She's playing Helldivers 2 though. No, it's not Momo-kun. I'll show you on the channel. You know what? Might as well just say you to. Might as well just send you all to her. Why not? Why not? Let's see. Let's see if she has enabled raiding. Let's see if she has enabled raiding. You might be able to. Let's see if she has enabled. If she has disabled raiding, then I'll just end the stream. Tough luck. She has disabled raiding. She has disabled raiding. Okay, fine. So, y'all can go to sleep, okay? There'll be no raidings today. There'll be no raids today. So, make sure you all rest well. Rest well, you all, if you are nighttime lurkers, and daytime lurkers, I hope you all will be having a good day out or working, whatever you are doing. And I will see you all on this coming Wednesday. Tomorrow will be a day off for all of you. And on Wednesday, we will see each other again. Okay? Okay. So, that out of the way, I am going to prepare to sleep already. Okay, I'm going to prepare to sleep. Good night, lurkers, and I will see you all on Wednesday, okay? Bye-bye.